Committee Room 30, signed. 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 Committee Room 30, Committee Room 30, signed. 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 Committee Room 30, Committee Room 30. Sound. 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 Committee Room 30. Sound.
Okay, the Committee for the Economy is today meeting in public session and will be recorded and broadcast throughout Parliament buildings and online. At this stage, take apologies, members. Firstly, from just Mr. Buckley and Mr. DeLarge, isn't it? Right? That's it. Declarations of interest, members. If anyone wishes to record any declarations of interest at this stage. If not, item 3, members, is chairperson's business. I yesterday met informally with the Permanent Secretary to discuss the Department's business plan. A note of the meeting has been circulated and a formal evidence session will follow. It is anticipated that the Minister will make a statement to the Assembly on Monday on sub-regional action plans. The overreaching plan will not be published until after the statement, but the Committee may receive related embargoed information in relation to this on Friday to support the briefing which will take place next Wednesday. Peter, anything you want to add on that meeting from yesterday?
Just Chairperson's committee consent, just to write to the department, just to seek some clarity on the anticipated timing of the introduction of the employment bills. This is out to consultation now. It's a huge bill, lots of stuff in it. And quite a few things are happening in GB on this subject as well. This is, of course, a devolved matter. So just to clarify with the department what the anticipated timing, I'm expecting to see this in January 2026. But let's see what the department, just to confirm that, Chair, if the committee are content.
No problem. Members will also be aware that the Northern Ireland Audit Office has published a report on skills. The Public Accounts Committee has scheduled scrutiny sessions on this for November. The Public Accounts Committee has primacy and the Economy Committee cannot therefore deal with the substance of the report. However, as the Minister elected to comment on the report during question time on Monday, it may be appropriate to write to the Department to indicate surprise that in response to the 24th of June, no reference was made to the Gateway review of the 14 to 19 implementation framework. The Audit Office report shows that this achieved a red rating owing to ineffective governance, unclear objectives, misalignment with stakeholder objectives, duplication of effort, limited delivery management and no benefit management. Members will recall that the Permanent Secretary had previously undertaken to improve the quality of departmental responses. Are members content that we flag that with the department?
Yep.
Great, no problem, thank you. Draft minutes then, members, are at page 6. Are members content that that's a true and accurate reflection of our deliberations last week? Are we content that I signed those off? Mm-hmm. Yep, thank you. Item 5 then, members, is matters arising. Is there anyone? Nope, if there are not, then are we happy to proceed to our agenda? Okay, we'll move to item 6 then, regional balance. I wish to advise members that the committee will now receive oral evidence from Dr. Conor Patterson from Newry Moore Cooperative and Enterprise Agency. As members will be aware, Dr. Patterson has been appointed by Minister Murphy as one of his critical friends in relation to his economic vision, focusing on the issue of regional balance. I just want to flag to members at page 25, Dr. Patterson has provided a written submission to the department, or to the committee, which was very useful indeed. And at this stage, Sarah, I'm very happy to hand over to you and congratulate you on behalf of the committee on your appointment, and no doubt we look forward to working with you, sir. So over to you.
You, Chair. Thanks, members. I won't rework the statement, but just to say that I am a civilian. I'm not a member of a political party, a SPAD or a civil servant, and I'm an unpaid volunteer, and happy and privileged to have the opportunity to do this. I've been working in economic development since 1989, initially in Scotland, and returned in the mid-90s to the area where I was schooled and born in Newry, and that southeast Ulster area. I had the privilege again to describe myself and others of my vintage as being part of the transformation generation, and that, I suppose, shaped much of my view in terms of what can be achieved and the potential for transformation, where local stakeholders, local populations are more directly involved in decision making. I argue that actually provides greater value for money, because locals are looking over the shoulders of other locals as to how resources are being used and how effectively or otherwise. And the closer decision makers are to the impact of their decisions, the more effective those decisions are. That approach is described by academics as subsidiarity, and the principle is that delivery and decision making of public services is brought as close to the citizen as possible. So there's a hierarchy of, if you like, sovereignty for those for those decisions. At some levels it's most appropriate at the nation state level, it might be internationally, but often it's at the local level. I am working, I have been for nearly 30 years now in the non-profit sector. Northern Ireland has an incredible legacy of social capital and commitment by people of all stripes to making their communities and this region better for all. And emblematic of that, I think, is the network that I've been involved and helped to found of local enterprise agencies, Enterprise Northern Ireland. Local enterprise agencies, of which there were 30 across Northern Ireland, came together in 2000, not instructed by central government, but because of their collective commitment to working together for the betterment of everybody. And that, I think, is a model for this place. We share resources, we share insight, and we work with central government but also local government and our local populations. But I can talk more about that model and how it's influenced my thinking as we get into questions and answers. So thank you, and thank you for the opportunity.
Dr. Patterson, thank you very much, and I think all the committee will agree that the greatest strength that we have here in our economy and our society is our people. I'm just keen to take your view. So in terms of how we achieve regional balance, which obviously we're very, very keen to do, this decentralised model, what role then would you view that the department here would have in that? Would they simply be a funder of local partnerships? Would they dictate or direct policy? I'm just keen to see how the Department for the Economy would play their role in that.
I suppose the first thing I would say is that the Department for the Economy has our role. To achieve regional balance, or as it was described in Britain, levelling up, requires a whole of government approach. Infrastructure is not within the remit, for example, of the Department of the Economy. Health, education, right across government. So I think the challenge in all jurisdictions is to arrive at a consensus that there is a problem, first of all, and if there is consensus in that, consensus as to the causes of the problem or problems, and thereafter, and this is challenging, what the solution should be. So I'm working alongside civil servants and other arm's length bodies, public servants and those bodies under the remit of the Department for the Economy. And the Department of Economy, you'll all know as Assembly members, has a budget, a significant fraction, but nevertheless a fraction of the overall budget of this devolved government. For me, I faced with the challenge, what can we do in the mandate in a limited time frame? I'm convinced that animating local councils and partnerships built around those councils can achieve an impact, a significant impact. It won't resolve all of the challenges, but it will create an agenda, and what that will be will prioritisation of what the challenges as understood by those that live in those communities are. In terms of funding, yes, a truth in my practice experience is if there isn't resource behind an initiative, it's very difficult for it to happen. And particularly communities that feel themselves starved of resources, they need to have the opportunity to secure new resources in a context of very constrained public sector resources available across the piece. I think this is more about using existing limited resources more effectively. So yes, the partnerships should be able to access funds from the department's budget. But I think the partnerships are one part of a reorientation towards more local decision making. This, by the way, has happened before and very effectively in the run into the Good Friday Agreement, Belfast Agreement, thereafter in the term of the First Assembly and period of direct rule after that. And in my experience, that was very, very effective. And that, for me, it's an opinion, is the real story of transformation in Northern Ireland. It was delivered by local communities, collaborating across cultural, political boundaries and fissures, but in the interests of what they agreed were common challenges and common opportunities. I think organisations like Invest NI, for example, that have a brief to invest in Northern Ireland in total. The challenge, I think, alongside this will be to reorientate the perspective of Invest NI towards more collaboration with the needs, perspectives, insights, frankly, of local populations across the region.
Yeah. And how do you then, so say the department is the umbrella organisation that funds these 11 partnerships, how do we then avoid a scenario where we then have regions competing with each other for a limited amount of funding, that we have neighbours, council boundaries are invisible to most people, and as someone who represents 3 councils now, if I said to someone, what council do you live in, they don't know. So how do you avoid that competition between neighbours and friends ultimately?
I think that where it's appropriate, and this has been my experience, councils and organisations within council areas will collaborate across boundaries. If you take Enterprise Northern Ireland, we collaborate right across the jurisdiction, and we deliver pan-Northern Ireland services.
Yeah.
And it's important for us that the same quality of service and the same opportunities available to people in Castledurg as is available to people in Castlewellan. So I'm confident that collaboration will take place. I am of a view, actually, and I feel this strongly, that the centre deciding what should happen in Enniskillen or Omagh or Newry or Ballymena, it's the local people that will determine what the innovation is. It won't be shaped from an ivory tower at the centre somehow. And my experience of entrepreneurship is that the incredible ideas that emerged in, South Fermanagh, for example, or Newry or Ballymena, who could have predicted those coming forward from, a team based, with all greatest respect, in this place or in the government departments clustered around it. That said, I think the department role will be to assess proposals coming forward. It isn't carte blanche, blank check. And I've seen this work actually very effectively led by the Department for Communities in the Neighbourhood Renewal Programme, also in the labour market partnerships that are set up under the council, under the auspices of councils across Northern Ireland. They will, as I think these partnerships should also, they will shape their proposals, but centrally the department will look at where perhaps there might be an opportunity for collaboration, because frankly some areas may not be aware of what other areas are doing. So it's a hub and spoke model. I think it's not handing complete control over budgets. These are central government budgets, and there has to be accountability for them. So ultimately the sign off will be at the centre.
And just two final questions from me. I'd read just with interest 3.5 in your submission, just in relation to decentralisation. The increased centralisation of recent years has led too often in Northern Ireland to insensitive, complacent, disengaged and scarce resource wasted decision making here. Thankfully I wasn't around for most of those times, so it can't be held account, but I'm just keen to take your view in terms of what decisions this place has taken that were, in your view, insensitive, complacent and disengaged.
I wasn't aware of what the agenda was before I came in, but I see RHI Tariff Regulations are on the agenda, so that would be an example. I deliberately worded that strongly. It doesn't apply in all cases, but the history of how I think Minister Murphy came to see the opportunity of using outside independent advisors, and I don't know this for sure, but I guess it was that he and I and other politicians of all parties collaborated in a partnership that we established ourselves to try and improve the delivery of healthcare in the Newry, Mourne, Mid-Down, South Armagh, Mid-Armagh area, based around Daisy Hill Hospital and Acute Hospital. And we felt strongly that there wasn't a full understanding at the decision-making centre as to the nature of the challenges. They include the media, by the way, the media commentariat that dismissed our concerns as, people wouldn't be prepared to drive a few extra miles to Portadown. It was never about that.
Just in relation to economic, so we the committee are very keen, obviously, to address the issue of regional balance. Yeah. So that's why I'm just trying to. Has this place taken decisions in your view, and what are they that has increased or has not tackled regional imbalance?
I think Invest NI has been reviewed by Sir Michael Lyons and his team, and the conclusions of that have been accepted across all parties. A review commissioned by a DUP economy minister being implemented by a Sinn Féin economy minister, and that sets out clearly how there was a centralised worldview that prioritised resources being invested principally in Belfast. 78%, I think, is the figure for new inward investment jobs between 2015 and 2022. My own geography, where I'm based in South Down, South Armagh, broadly 12% of the population in Northern Ireland got 0.8% of those inward investment jobs. And if the market, for me, public organisations like that are to work, their primary role is to engage where there's market failure. If the market is choosing Belfast because that's where the market wants to go, well then the organisation that's acting on behalf of the whole of Northern Ireland should be working to encourage an alternative, not necessarily just working with the grain of what the market wants to do, which was the argument. Well, that's where these businesses want to be. That's easy to do, relatively speaking. The greater challenge is to encourage, as happened in the Irish Republic, but as used to happen in Britain and other states across Western Europe, and that is to encourage development in the regions. But we could talk, by the way, healthcare I think does have but there would be examples that I think the failure to acknowledge the work of the non-profit sector in this space and the impact that that sector was having in practice on the economy and the significance of that and the under-resourcing of that was a significant issue for people like me.
That's perfect. And, you know, as the only representative of Belfast on this committee, sorry, apologies, you're welcome to the committee, of course, Mike. Yes, sorry. As the previous only Belfast representative, and I have always had this discussion with InvestNI because I was reading their 20-year impact, and the figure that always sticks in my mind, 14,000 businesses supported by InvestNI, 77% of those outside of Belfast. But as someone who represents North Belfast, we may have had the factories and the innovation centres that InvestNI have supported based in our constituency, but the people who work in them don't live in North Belfast. They live in their shadow, but they tend not to get the economic benefit from them. And I'm just keen to get your view that regional balance isn't just about geographical balance, that there are also communities, Dr. Patterson within Belfast, who have the same right to economic opportunity that those in other rural constituencies or in other parts of the Northwest, which is rightly focused on. But there are also communities in Belfast who are suffering the exact same poverty that those in the Northwest and other parts are facing. In terms of legislation then, and that's my final question, do you believe in terms of your proposals for regional balance that there's any legislative measures required?
Well, just on your introductory comment, my perspective isn't anti-Belfast.
Oh, no.
And there are intra-district imbalances that are very significant. And I know the communities well within Belfast that are themselves effectively excluded in their populations from many of the opportunities that are available within Belfast de facto, for reasons of educational under-attainment, redlining of communities, frankly, and where people come from and the addresses that they put on CVs and so on. So to reassure you and other members that may be Belfast members, this is about rebalancing within Northern Ireland to give all our human resources the opportunity to realise their potential. But that said, there are significant geographical challenges, and there are communities that will need proactive investment to bring them closer to opportunity. But that isn't to demean or to dismiss the challenge in Belfast. On legislation, I would, in ideal circumstances, with an executive and an assembly that could achieve consensus based on prior experience, any person doing what I do would say that we would ideally like all departments, all agencies of the state working to the same agenda, effectively regional balance proofing all policy and initiatives to ensure that at a minimum they don't exacerbate regional imbalance and ideally ameliorate the challenge of regional imbalance. In 2.5 years, knowing how the legislative gears grind in this jurisdiction, understanding how sticky systems are in practice, and as a citizen that has lived here and didn't spend all my life here, but enough of it here to understand that achieving consensus on legislation in any cycle of government, local devolved government, it would be a challenge. What I've tried to propose is something that can be moved on quickly. I will leave it to others to have the conversation cross-party, cross-department, as to whether they can achieve a consensus and whether they believe a legislative platform could be agreed. There had been in the late 90s a programme of targeting social need that was agreed across the then parties and implemented by all departments of government. All policy had to be TSN proofed. That approach was withdrawn in the wake of the collapse of the First Assembly and the period of direct rule thereafter, where there was a move to centralise, close down leader action groups in the rural development space, and that's economic. Close down LSPs, local strategy partnerships, and multiple initiatives at local level, which were dismissed as wasteful. So it's a long answer to say, if you guys can get your act together and agree on a common programme and put together a legislative package, I will support that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patterson. Philip.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much, Dr. Patterson, for your contribution. It's a very interesting conversation, probably one that would require much longer than we give. And I'm going to start off by an apology. After I ask questions and get your answers, I'm going to have to leave for about 20 minutes to do another engagement. I mean, this committee obviously is very concerned with how we can help and assist the Department and the Minister grow our economy right across the north and further afield. We'll probably all come at this from our own local perspective. I'm an MLA for North Antrim, and it just struck me the figure of the Causeway, Coast and Glens earnings being the lowest across and substantially lower than a lot of areas. So I mean, that's not something that an area where people would immediately think should be targeted. So I mean, I'm also struck we're having this conversation in the aftermath of the British government's decision to pause the Causeway, Coast and Glens growth deal, which is obviously a shocking decision and needs to be reversed. So I suppose, can I ask, in the first and foremost, your view on the importance of these growth deals, investment in local areas, collaboration? In that example, for example, there's lots of good projects. One is work and collaboration within Coleraine University. We had a very useful engagement last week in Magee, and we obviously need to invest in Magee and Belfast and all these others, but we shouldn't neglect other places as well. So first of all, your view on the like of that in terms of growth deal, investment, local collaboration between not just businesses and communities, but other stakeholders within the geographical regions.
I think, as a principle, the government of whatever jurisdiction this region is a part of at a particular point in time, the central government has a role and a duty to ensure that there is balance in its jurisdiction. And if that is the British government based in London, it has a duty to ensure that the citizens of this part of that jurisdiction have the same opportunities and the same quality of life that citizens elsewhere in the jurisdiction have. And my understanding was that the previous government had come to an understanding that the problem in the UK estate of its economic decline, there were many reasons, but one of the major issues was that not all of its geography was being deployed and the resources within that space to full effect. And if you were going to achieve growth and success, it couldn't just be limited to London and the southeast. That was a principle that was to apply as much in Scotland, Wales, southeast or southwest England, northeast England, and so on, and the north of Ireland. So I think it's fundamental that the legacy of underdevelopment that we struggle with here, the legacy of the conflict, the fact that for most of the 20th century this region was the most underdeveloped in the UK estate. It's a duty of the central government of the day, whatever the jurisdiction is, to invest in levelling up. So the city deals with a platform to do that. And I think they absolutely have to be restored because they were a partnership. They were a model partnership between central government and local government and local stakeholders on agreed priorities. And the challenge, I think, for North Antrim, as it was in Derry and Strabane and in the Belfast City deal, of which Newry is part, like there's been work done with prospective contractors. Tenders have been drawn up. To pull this mid-cycle, the reputational damage to all involved, but particularly the central government, is incredible. In terms of, I'm just looking, just as you were asking your question, at the Invest NI figures for inward investment 2015 to 2022, I referred to them earlier. But looking at Causeway Coast and Glens, the number of new jobs in that period, 2. It's so small as a proportion, it registers as 0% of new jobs. Existing inward investment jobs in Causeway Coast and Glens, 54. So clearly, the challenges that you have in terms of household income and other measures of disadvantage, how else are they to be addressed if not that the state agency responsible for investing in Northern Ireland and in promoting business in Northern Ireland and locating foreign direct investment across Northern Ireland, if it's not doing that, who else can? My belief is there are great entrepreneurs, and I work with the local enterprise agency, for example, in Causeway Coast and Glens, Causeway Enterprise, and I know that they have incredible interaction with innovators. The challenge has always been bringing those innovators beyond starting a business, those that have aspiration to grow, fast tracking them and giving and enabling them to access the resources to achieve scale up and growth. There hasn't been enough attention to the potential of local entrepreneurs, and I said in my statement that I submitted to this committee, I just wonder if the entrepreneurs that we had for a generation across Northern Ireland, whether they were of a time, of an era, that incredible era in the 90s and early 2000s when we had businesses growing, locally owned, that came to employ thousands. It's much, much more challenging now, and I think part of the story has been a reorientation of the new Invest NI as it developed away from prioritising local entrepreneurship and being too obsessed with chasing what they thought were the opportunities that existed in Wall Street and in Frankfurt and in Seoul, instead of looking at Coleraine, Enniskillen, Newry, Ballymena, North Belfast.
So thank you, and I should clarify, North Antrim covers Causeway Coast and Glens and Mid and East Antrim, and there are some wonderful businesses and entrepreneurs across both those areas, but the point is completely on target in terms of Invest NI and previous help and support. And your answer kind of takes me on to my next question. I mean, you mentioned that you were part of a transformational generation. So society is continually transforming, and we have a big transformation ahead of ourselves here, moving towards net zero, which offers opportunities. And in the report, it talks about even the move to AI, and some areas will reduce with regard to employment because of that and because of other factors. So what should government be doing to assist entrepreneurs or local communities or local businesses in this next 20 to 30 years of transformation as we hopefully move our society into completely new industries?
So I don't describe myself as part of a transformation generation as if that is limited to that time and that era. My point is, if it could be done then with an approach to respecting localism and actually implementing true subsidiarity as I observed it, it can be done again. And the challenges are different, but the challenges then were huge. Coming out of the conflict. But in our community where I was, our unemployment dropped from 18% in 1996 to 4% in 2003. And that was achieved by a combination of the centre and its agencies working with the local. And I don't think what we have today, imperfect as it might be, could have been achieved without real local collaboration across community. So I think that can be done. So what I would say, don't constrain local innovation, don't constrain the ideas that come forward from local areas, and don't assume that insights are exclusive to places in, academia, in the main population centre in Northern Ireland, that there are people with incredible insights. I think that the role of the state is to have pathways to enablement, to accelerate, to handhold, to guide people through barriers that might meet them as they try to grow and develop. So in terms of AI, some of my first insights in AI were from people based in the region where I do my work. They were deploying it, and people are deploying AI in their businesses across the region, across the island, in very practical and effective ways. And communities will come together, I believe, to mitigate the risks. So it's for central government to understand that it's a partnership between communities and central government's role is to act effectively in a parenting role. It's guidance, it's door opening, it's signposting, and as I said, it's enablement.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. Gary?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Dr. Patterson, for your contribution. I found it very helpful. I suppose for me, just a couple of quick questions. The first one is around, obviously, that sort of partnership, working collaboration. Philip has already mentioned around, obviously, the city deals, and for us in the Northwest, the city deal announcement was welcome. Obviously, the 293 million was welcome, but for us, the partnership and the collaboration actually is vital in terms of progressing some of the challenges we have in the Northwest. In particular, I want to ask you just around the idea of targets. The Chair mentioned around, obviously, legislative requirements, but in terms of targets and timescales, I think those are important because we've seen in the past where numerous plans have been created. I can think of within my own constituency numerous plans going back to 2010, the One Plan, for example, where people are obviously sceptical in terms of delivery. What are your thoughts on targets? How important are they, and timescales as well? Thank you.
I think targets as a principle are important, and benchmarking as a principle is important. In this case, my concern would be that if target setting is done as it has tended to be done from the centre and transposed into the partnerships, and they're told these are the targets that you have to meet, that can often miss the target of what local communities believe is the real challenge, and people can get caught up in obsessively bending what they do to meet the target. For me, this is, as I envision it, this proposal that I am making around local economic partnerships would involve partnerships prioritising what they believe their community needs, and that should be evidenced as being the product of real collaboration. Not exclusive to councils, they're democratically accountable, that's important. But councils need to take counsel from other stakeholders, social partners, and the local representatives of the public sector in that district council area. And that they agree what their priorities would be in the context of the opportunity to bid for a modest amount of money. So given there's a modest amount of money, given it won't answer all your problems, what will your priorities be in the context of that? So it's a different model than we will pre-cook a set of targets and we will hand them out. This is, you come to us, DFE, and you set out what you would do in Derry and Strabane, in Mid and East Antrim, if you had the opportunity to access this modest resource. How would you deploy that and why? And make your case. So what I think this is an attempt to do is to identify what DFE more generally and what other agencies of the state can do in those areas, because the resource that might be available could not meet all of the needs of Derry and Strabane. Couldn't come close. But what this will do is animate the partnership in its prioritisation exercise. Now, there should be, in the department's vision launched just 10 days ago or relatively recently, I can't directly remember, it does set targets, but they are, I think, the targets that we should adopt. So, for example, will this action contribute to the Minister's priorities, the achievement of the Minister's priorities in terms of good jobs, the productivity challenge, net zero, and the ambition to move towards the achievement of net zero? And how will this contribute to levelling up? What will this do that hasn't been done before? So, Member Middleton, I'm saying to you that I am not in favour of a slew of key performance indicators that are handed out that will be rigorously imposed on communities, irrespective of whether they actually make sense in those communities.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll maybe come back in another question just after I hear with other speakers. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Dr. Patterson. It's been fascinating listening to you. I am a Belfast MLA, and pains to point out that 5 of 10 poorest wards are in Belfast. So I think the point about supporting marginalised communities is important. I'm also married to a South Fermanagh man who mentions every single time we drive down the road the regional imbalance and the legacy of underinvestment and infrastructure. So I fully support the need for us to focus on this. I guess what I would be curious to know is, when you speak to the economic development teams in Belfast City Council, for example, they say Belfast is an economic driver and it's so important you don't switch that tap off. In your mind, when you're talking about rebalance, what do you think the local economic partnership model within Belfast should focus on in that case? Would you have recommendations of how it feeds into that kind of wider rebalancing?
Yeah. Belfast is an economic driver, and it's an important economic driver, but it shouldn't be exclusive as a role. It has a key role to play, but not to the detriment of other areas of Northern Ireland. And the experience of big metropolitan centres that dominate an economy in a city region is that they can become very congested. And actually there are issues of what are called externalities by economists, you know, the pollution, the congestion, and all the challenges that are borne by the people that randomly park in housing areas in central Belfast. They need parking, but the communities need their own private residential parking. All those pressures are pressures borne by people that live in congested cities. So it's about getting the balance right. I think the purpose of this agenda with levelling up is, as I said earlier to Member Brett, it's about intra-district levelling up as well. It's about understanding that, you know, if Belfast is an economic driver and there are you know, enormous opportunities, employment opportunities, actually in a context when we have skill shortages and labour shortages, many businesses struggling to recruit, why is it that we have economic inactivity in communities, you know, hundreds of metres from big employers, from big educators in new state-of-the-art campus facilities? So my recommendation to the partnership in Belfast would be, take this opportunity, notwithstanding all the other work that's been done, the great work by the City Council and its partners. But this isn't about this. This is about prioritising the areas within your council boundary that have not had the full benefit of access to those opportunities. The Neighbourhood Renewal Programme that DFC have run, I've been actively involved in that, and the labour market partnerships. They do that. They prioritise, and they prioritise, there is area prioritisation. Neighbourhood renewal areas are designated areas. The problem has been that these other partnerships are constrained in what they can do. There's a brief, there's a set of criteria. And, you know, for example, labour market partnerships are within the skills arena. That's part of economic development. But they can't look at capital spend, they can't look at infrastructure deficits, they can't look at enabling companies. What I envision is the potential, led by councils, for partnerships to collaborate with each other. To ensure they don't duplicate, but crucially, the potential for complementarity and collaboration.
Yeah, so interesting and so important. You had mentioned skills and the audit office report, I think was really interesting, and employers saying that 35% of vacancies were attributable to the lack of skills, experience or qualifications amongst applicants. I heard a really good example from Belfast City Council about that partnership model and how they were bringing in people from communities and partnering with businesses. Can you talk about any good examples that are happening that we can learn from elsewhere, because obviously the skills shortage is an NI-wide problem, but there are different manifestations in different areas.
Yeah, I think what the FE sector has been doing in partnering with local businesses to develop apprenticeships, that has made a big difference. I think there's a challenge that many parents still have a bias, in terms of a subconscious bias, that they think their attainment will be measured in terms of a university place, and it's trying to promote the idea of earning while you learn. Now, it's easier now that young people can earn while they learn and won't have debt and carry that for many decades of their lives because they've gone third level. Third level can be important, but it's not the only pathway. Examples, well, in my own area and in other neighbourhood renewal areas, education and initiatives for young people in disadvantaged communities at a young age, at primary school. So, for example, one thing we've been involved in is promoting numeracy, an interest in computer coding in a fun way with young people in the broad 10 to 11 age group in summer camps. But these are kids that don't have the opportunity to do this as yet another activity over the summer, along with drama and sport and whatever else mum and dad have the resources to direct them towards. These are young people that don't get the opportunity. But that creates a love of maths, a love of STEM. That's an example. We need to get in early, and it's targeting communities where not enough young people get the opportunity to get on the pathway. Because if you don't get in the pathway early, it's very hard. Mature students, great, but if you have struggled with numeracy and reading early on, it's going to be difficult to take those opportunities as a mature student in third level. So that's an example, I think. And those are, another very quick one is local business entrepreneurs, champions we call them. People from communities that have been successful entrepreneurs. Many of them haven't done well in education and they've turned their energy to entrepreneurship. But they have shown that success can be possible. So it's a demonstration effect. And so many of those people in all communities in Northern Ireland are so keen to put something back if they're given the opportunity. And I think we, through these partnerships, could give them that opportunity to participate in helping disadvantaged young people especially.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. David.
Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned earlier on about investing. I kind of turn the world, trying to get rather than developing our own indigenous business here. Completely agree. And the wealth comes from exporting out rather than bringing in. But if you were to start again, we have, and I was in Leo and Lisburn for many years in my own business. But would you have Invest in I, Enterprise Northern and councils all for the business wanting to find support? Do we need those three? And is that the model that is ideal to produce results for economics?
Well, if you take Leo as an enterprise agency, I think we have to recognise Northern Ireland has an asset in a non-profit sector that delivers public services at a much lower cost to the taxpayer than are delivered elsewhere in other jurisdictions, including the Irish Republic, Britain, France, Germany. I have experience of enterprise support initiatives in all those places and more. And an earlier generation of decision makers took by today's standards, incredible decision to invest in huge resources, taxpayers' resources of that day, in assets that these partnerships would own, with a view to those workspace assets, industrial and office workspace, being in community ownership, that the rental income would recycle, and so it is proven. And that network has 3.5 million square feet of workspace across Northern Ireland in every community, including North Belfast, including many parts of Belfast, other parts of Belfast throughout Northern Ireland. And the rental income is recycled to support business startup, the Go Succeed programme delivered by that network. So I think we have to recognise that actually we had working subsidiarity. The problem was that we had agencies of the state that didn't acknowledge the effectiveness of that work, and that insisted that that network should not have the fact that it was coordinated, that it was working under a common brand of Enterprise Northern Ireland, that shouldn't be understood by all citizens, because Invest NI owned the programme. It was their programme and they claimed the outputs. And when in fact what should have happened, if I was doing it again, was a Leo in Lisburn, it couldn't do the foreign direct investment piece, didn't have the resources, and it wasn't appropriate for it to do that. And by the way, there's a huge role for foreign direct investment, in terms of knowledge exchange, from Silicon Valley into, as it is proven in the Republic, into the state, and the ecosystem of knowledge that spins out of that. Absolutely. But focus on that, and then focus on working with the bigger growth companies, but also accelerating other companies and having an open door that the local enterprise agents could push through. And it used to work really well. Through LEDU, it was called a Local Economic Development Unit. It was in the name, and it had an open door policy. And we, as local enterprise agencies, had to deliver what were called pull-throughs. And that's what we did have targets. We had targets in all local areas for pull-throughs, pull through to what? Into the then LEDU, or onto what was then the IDB. Now, the assumption was in Invest NI that's how it would have gone, but it didn't. The view was that the local didn't really matter enough. The real significant change makers lived off island in some glamorous boardroom somewhere else. It's a view, some will challenge it, but if I was doing it again, I would celebrate the work that the Leos and other organisations, Northwest Marketing and Derry, Causeway and North Coast and so on, the great work that they do, and make it a joint effort, a collaboration.
Thank you. Absolutely, Leo, for me, and small business were absolutely fabulous. I wasn't in no way saying that they weren't. I think there's a disconnect between each organisation, and we talk about here, or not just in this committee, but in the Assembly, but we don't look at waste, and it looks to me there's so much waste of duplication of services rather than letting the best people get on with what we're doing, and that enterprise is delivering that every day of the week. If I look at Lisburn and look at Lagan Valley, I have 2 council areas, and one of the big gripes and regional balance, we're right next to Belfast, but yet Belfast will object to everything that happens into our own area and cause our problems. So what we've got now is, if you look at I was thinking about, you're saying about infrastructure, and I was thinking about Derry. We were up last week and the lack of infrastructure there. We've got all the infrastructure in the world with the M1, the A1, but we don't. If you look at the land of there, it's 3 acres and that's gone. So we're down to nothing. And Invest and I have been dealing with them recently, have very little, of overall in Lisburn, or if you look at Lisburn, Castlereagh as a whole, you're only looking at 75, 85 acres. So what we've got is a car park to Belfast every day, and the constituents in North Belfast who can't work in their own places, the people in my area are driving there, whereas we're in I would argue, a location that's linked on that north-south economic corridor, yet there's there's very little investment or look or future-proofing that going into my area. So you've got one level, you've got the enterprise NI, but doing it for your small business, but there's nowhere for them to go to, and they're stuck. So you've got councils in the mix as well. So but if you think of that from a business Surely there's got to be a one-stop place that a business goes for help, for support, rather than these three that are all kind of competing.
Yeah, competing and waste, I'm not sure of. It's the lack of proper collaboration. That's what's needed. And clear, like, to me, our vision had been that if you walked into an enterprise agency, because there was one in every community, you could be signposted. People knew. We likened it to a GP practice. Okay, it was a footfall that everybody knew where it was, and they could come with their first interaction with the system. But then they could be streamed, they could be triaged, if you like, by the local enterprise agency. And if they needed specialist support, well, that's where they went to invest NI. Or there might have been a specific council programme. It's about using the resources on the board to greatest effect. Your point about Lisburn, one of the challenges, I think, if I was to take Newry, where I'm based, big concern that we have, and many other towns and cities across the island, is collapse of retail and the decline of the city town centres in our community, and dereliction. Now, we would like to have a programme that prioritised the modernisation of retail for the AI online challenges that lie ahead, because we thought it was all going to be online, but it's sort of come back where many consumers want some form of physical presence. What does that look like? But Invest NI, we don't do retail. It's not a priority. It's a priority for us. In South East Down, in Kilkeel, the fishing industry is hugely important, fish processing. We need to have the flexibility locally to focus on the sectors that are important to us. To address the challenges for us, it is we have in Newry investment opportunities that cannot move because they can't plug into the water system. Okay? Now, what we would like to be able to do is say, well, are there under the ground initiatives that we could put in place using access to a new fund? It's not glamorous, but it could unlock investments that want to move ahead that can't, that will create jobs in the centre of Newry. So it's about local flexibility. That's the model.
Thank you, Tim. Sinead?
Okay, thank you very much, Conor, for your answer so far. I suppose, you've provided a model here, but this is about an all-government approach. So I would say in my council area, we're operating this type of model. We work with our labour market partnerships, we're working with our community and voluntary sector, we're working with our Chamber of Commerce. We work, in a very strategic way in terms of our community planning that all councils now have to do, where they prioritise those key projects that will, leverage the economy. So fundamentally, they're doing that. The problem they all hit is, they come up with great plans and growth plans, and it's how you draw down the money. So, I understand that when you're referring back to, LEDU and previous kind of economic development agencies of the past and how they kind of dealt with things. I get struck each time when we talk about regional balance is everybody's interpretation of what regional balance is nearly, we had this situation in the committee as well when we talked about good jobs. Everybody that came in, we said, well, what do you think is a good job? But the same applies to regional balance. When I ask for the Department of Health, what is regional balance? I'll get an answer. I ask the same question and I think I'll get a different answer for the infrastructure. So it's how we talk about, and I think what you're talking about here is regional development. But I'm talking about regional balance. You know, I'm looking at poor children are 4 times more likely to develop mental health problems by the age of 11. I'm talking about the gap in health life expectancy of up to 15 years from the most deprived council to the least deprived council. I'm talking about a 24% rate of GCSE attainment gap for those children receiving school meals. I'm not even going into the economic and activity figures between the gaps there or disposable incomes. That's what regional imbalance looks like. That's what we're trying to close. There is lots of problems that we have in terms of our regional development agencies, Invest, and even our local enterprise agencies, which I value all of them. I have worked in that sector. That has been my life work, and it's brought me to politics, within the Chamber of Commerce. But you can fix the development pieces, but you've really got to go into the whole government to fix regional balance. It is about health, it is about communities, it is about infrastructure, it is about the economy, it is where those investments are made, it is about policy. You choose poverty. Government creates poverty and it creates imbalance, and we've done it in an absolute magnificent way for Northern Ireland. Now, Belfast, unfortunately, it is a driver for the economy here, but it's not London. It cannot carry the rest of the regions, so we must make the regions to be able to contribute to the economy and grow the economy. So it's a much, much bigger picture than just trying to kind of tweak the way we do development. It is about getting into the body of how we do government. And as legislators, it is our job to create the platform in order for the entrepreneurs, you and the agencies right across Northern Ireland who are doing fabulous work and do it despite the poor platforms and the poor policy areas. How we unlock your potential, that you can drive economic benefits everywhere, but it is a central role. And I would have a fear that it would get to the point that we create all of these 11 agents or partnerships, and they all become competitive, and they all have prizes. And this is my top 3 wish lists, and we're not thinking of the collective of driving down those imbalances that are really, really affecting, our communities in the longer term. And sometimes the needs are different from places to places, absolutely. But poverty is the same, whether you live in Fermanagh, or you live in North Belfast, or you live in Derry. And if we have created a situation where we have 47,000 higher education students based in one city, you're not going to have regional balance. And I suppose I don't really have a question, because you've laid out in your paper, a model. But I think we really need to probably ask ourselves in this committee, the question is, what is regional balance? What does it really mean? And if it's one of the key visions for the Minister, what does it mean? And this won't be easy either. Your model won't be easy. So it's going to take a long time to create, and it'll take a long time to see what success looks like. It won't take all that long to do legislation for regional balance, but legislation is only just the start. It is actually investing heavily on those places and those people that need it the most, and it's interventions that are required in order to change lives for the future. And I just think my question probably is, how long do you see that this kind of model could be implemented, and what would success look like in those circumstances, and can it deal with those big questions that I'm asking in relation to changing outcomes?
So there's nothing that you've said that I don't agree with. My written submission, half of it, fully half of it, I think, was that context, that regional balance is an enormous challenge, and the resolution of that challenge requires all the levers of the government, and this applies in all jurisdictions to be, and internationally this is the finding by anyone that has looked at this academically. It requires an all-the-government approach. So yes, in terms of if you take your own council area in the northwest, if there are, I've argued that councils and their stakeholders will know the architecture of partnerships that are pre-existing already. It's there. If you have a model already in place, that's your partnership. You don't have to remake a new partnership. The council will lead on this, but if the council can demonstrate to DFE that we have social partners already around the table, we have other stakeholders from other public sector bodies, well, you're well ahead. To me, this should happen quickly. My aspiration would be that the partnerships and their first attempt at prioritisation should be in place by the end of this financial year. I think if we can't, the labour market partnerships were put together in 6 months. And frankly, it was the prospect of resources at a time when all economies were struggling. That's what motivated partners to come together, because they understood if we don't get our act together, come to an agreement, we'll miss the opportunity to get our hands on some additional resource for our community. So I don't think it should take a long time. If it does, well, there's an issue for the council in that area, and they should be challenged as to why they've taken so long to put this together. It's not complicated. I think the reason I'm doing this, the reason I have contributed time to this, and I have a day job as well, is that I believe that DFE setting an example is important. If this department can prioritise regional balance and show that this model can work, other departments, I would hope, would be moved by that example. Because other departments, DAERA, for example, in its earlier iteration, DARD and DANI before that, they did local partnership. They drove a partnership model that was groundbreaking in leader. I worked in leader groups. They did incredible work. So it's for this generation of decision makers in the public sector perhaps to learn from what can be achieved by this model in this new era with new challenges. So I'm not saying at all that DFE on its own can solve regional balance. Of course it can't, but it can lead by example.
We've been the pilot for that in Derry, because we had ILEX was set up as a regeneration body way back, and they came up with the one plan in 2011. It was signed off by the First Minister, the Deputy First Minister, and every other minister that was in place at the time, blah blah blah. It was stood down, and very little was. Many years later, was stood down. Very little was done, and regional balance. If the gap wasn't closed, which it wasn't, it actually has got bigger.
Well, could I ask?
Years. So, but that's what I'm saying. It's not about actually stating what the problem is. It's actually finding the solution and sticking with it until it is delivered, and that takes government, and that takes the Department for Economy. I don't want the point is that we. If for example, Fermanagh or Causeway Coast and Glens is failing, etc., that we blame the council. There's a role for us as legislators and policy and the executive and ministers to have a role in developing and ensuring regional balance, and that areas are successful, and that's what I want to see as well.
From my perspective, looking in on the one plan and the work that you've done, in the Northwest that has in many ways set an example for other areas, right? Am I wrong in thinking that it gave you an opportunity with City Deal in that you had pre-agreed what your priorities were? So while some may have said that that plan was stood down, I wonder whether a City Deal is coherent and well structured. And by the way, other areas in Northern Ireland looked at the Northwest and how quickly you moved on City Deals, how well structured the bid was. I just don't know that could have happened if you hadn't had the work on the one plan already done. And if I look at someone that I've worked closely with on other areas, and have great respect for Stephen Kelly and what he's doing, in terms of chairing the McGee Development Task Force. Again, would the Northwest have been so well placed to take that forward, get it on the agenda if it hadn't had the work done? And I am trying to take that model, to take it to Causeway, take it to Newry, Morning Down and other council areas, to say it's not about this pump prime and money per se, it's about what is it you guys need, so that other opportunities, we know in government, there'll be underspends become available in year. And if you have projects ready to go, and if you're prioritising shovel ready, because in this mandate we want change, well, that's what will deliver it. It's about the assumption that there will be money available from somewhere at some point. And that's what you guys did in 2011. And I think, to be fair to those that were involved throughout in the Northwest, from my perspective in the Southeast looking up, you've achieved quite a lot, actually. The A5, there are challenges, but it's a priority. McGee is a priority. You have a City Deal programme. There's more to be done. But you've demonstrated what can be done by everybody coming together to agree a common agenda of change.
Colin?
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Patterson, for your answers so far. Just to go back to the local councils, can I ask what interactions have already taken place with local councils, with yourselves, what response and what kind of feedback you have received?
We've, and by we I mean officials from the Economy Department and Invest NI, have engaged with councils, through NILGA, for example, through Solace, as representative collective bodies, but also individually. And I know that senior officials of DFE have been out meeting council CEOs and their teams, to talk about what they envisage the opportunity to be, to hear some of the concerns or challenges that they think there might be in moving this thing forward. I have to say, I'm only in this role since February, and I've had great, genuine cooperation from Economy Department officials, from Invest NI. My own view is that the Lions review, I suppose, prepared the department and Invest NI for change. There have been big changes already within Invest NI, but I've had proactive engagement from Invest NI leadership, from the chair, from the chief executive, from their teams, actively seeking me out and others to engage with a view to what we can do better. It hasn't been, I haven't found it to be difficult. I've actually found them to be very committed to doing the best that they can, and I'm prepared to say that on the record.
Thanks, Chair.
Colin, thank you. And just one last question for me, if you don't mind, Dr. Patterson. So, have you submitted your proposals to the Minister at this stage? The what you've presented to us?
Yeah, yes, I have, and not just, I mean, having worked with the people that have to deliver, I made the point to officials in DFE and Invest NI that they will be the people that ultimately will, if they make change, will have to stand over what those changes are, defend them, sit before you as paid civil servants and defend changes that have been made. So I recognise that I needed the advice of people that have experience of, for example, what varies they have and haven't, how they can collaborate on, sharing varies with other departments. That, by the way, has happened, and DFE has been active, in doing that. And for example, I've learned in Strabane, work around new health facilities, collaboration between DFE and the Department of Health. So there is precedent here, but I needed to learn that. And what I have finally submitted to the Minister and that paper is the product, not just from me personally. It's been a journey that I've been on, and that they have contributed to shaping my thinking, or fine-tuning my thinking, I suppose.
Given that you've submitted that, do you expect these new partnerships to be operational by the end of the financial year, as you had articulated should be?
I can't preempt. I'm not a SPAD, so
Just wondered, did the Minister give you any indication that he intends to take forward your proposals?
I've had a positive response from the Minister, but also from the most senior officials in the department, which I don't think I would have had if the Minister hadn't indicated that the Minister was sympathetic. I think, to be fair to the Minister, what he's tried to do is to keep some distance between the independent advisors, because they are independent and have day jobs and civilian lives, and not to implicate them completely into the system. There are civil servants and public officials whose job it is to do that. Our role is to critique and suggest, based on our experience, what the direction should be. It's for them to interpret that and shape it to their understanding of how government works.
Well, Dr. Patterson, thank you. That was really, really helpful. And thank you for freely giving of your time to try and contribute your expertise to our collective goal. So thank you very much indeed.
Thanks. Thank you.
This is not the original. It's a new one.
No, election plan next week, so didn't think there are any actions. No. We have quite a crowd outside.
Yes, I was maybe going to take a break. It's going to be a pretty long session to allow people to look at that.
Yeah, good thinking.
So, members, I don't think there's any actions required just out the back of that. Obviously, the Minister will present his sub-regional action plans to the Assembly on Monday, and that work will tie into that. Members, given the next agenda item is likely to be lengthy, I'm going to propose a 5-minute comfort break so that members are able to stay for the entirety of the next session. So we will restart in open session at 11:40.
Thank you. Thanks. Push the button. Michael, have you pushed the button?
Committee Room 30. Sound. Committee Room 30. Sound. Committee Room 30. Sound. Committee Room 30. Sound. Committee Room 30, 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 sound.
Okay, colleagues, public session of the Department for the Economy Committee has now restarted, and we're now going to move to item number 7, RHI Tariff Revision and representations from the RHI. The committee will now receive oral and written evidence from the Renewable Heat Association, and this evidence session will be covered by Hansard. I wish to refer members to page 70 of their packs, page 76, which is a covering note from the RHI, other reports, correspondence and related submissions at page 81 through to page 683, and also further table correspondence that the committee received this morning. Gentlemen, you're all very welcome to the committee. Andrew Trimble, Executive Chair, Renewable Heat Association Limited, John Martin, Director, Renewable Heat Association Limited, and Alan Hagan, Biomass Limited. The committee gentleman wants to give you the opportunity to make your representations today. As you'll be aware, the committee has been asked by the department to give its consideration to an SR. At this stage, the committee has not been asked to make a decision on the future or otherwise of the scheme. So hopefully your remarks will refer to what is before the committee for decision today. But with that, Andrew, I'll hand over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrew Trimble. As you rightly say, I chair the Renewable Heat Association. I've been the chair since March of 2017. I have no commercial or personal interest in the scheme. I was a deponent in the 2017 judicial review. I gave evidence before the RHI public inquiry, the 2019 House of Commons Select Committee inquiry, the Economy Committee, this committee's private session on the 11th of March 2020. I gave evidence to the Douglas Review and to the House of Commons Select Committee hearing, the further Select Committee hearing in November 2023. I've submitted responses to all 3 public consultations on the future of RHI, the consultation in 2018, the consultation in 2020, and the consultation in 2021 on behalf of the association. I'd like to introduce my colleagues, and I'll speak to the reasons why they are witnesses here.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My name is John Martin. I've been involved in our family farming business for 35 years. I developed an interest in bioenergy, having seen successful enterprises in Sweden and Austria. I planted 40 acres of short rotation willow as an energy crop in 2004-2005 as part of a developing Northern Ireland biomass sector. To date, our fuel has generated 8.3 million kilowatts of heat in a neighbouring National Trust property. I invested in drying and storage infrastructure in 2008 and 2012 respectively. And like lots of other small businesses, nursing homes, hotels, undertakers, GAA and golf clubs, churches and charities, I installed a biomass boiler in 2015 at a cost of £45,000 funded with a bank loan of £40,000. I was audited in August 2017 and had a clear audit report which confirmed that the rate of return that I received under the 2017 tariff was 12.7%. Therefore, it was impossible for the 2019 tariff to return a 12% rate, and since that time I've been receiving a negative rate of return. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Alan Hagan. I have 20 years experience in renewable heat. I've been involved in the full biomass supply chain from initial inception of NI supply chains of energy crop and biomass right through to boiler installation and servicing. I'm a director of Hagan Biomass Limited, which is a small business based outside Dungannon in County Tyrone. I am a wood chip representative on the WFQA, which is the Irish equivalent of Wood Sure certification. That's on the steering committee, which includes industry representatives and Irish government officials from SEAI and DAFM. I've been involved in a varied spectrum of biomass supply chains from the inception of those of energy crops and biomass right through to boiler installation and servicing. We have installed over 200 boilers across GB, NI and the Republic of Ireland and have a detailed and comparative knowledge of the GB RHI, the NI RHI, the Irish SSRH schemes, as well as SDE Plus in the Netherlands. We are the primary contractor in NI and border counties for woody energy crops, for example, short rotation coppice willow harvesting, processing and sales, and manage in the region of 400 hectares in this regard. Between this and wood chips, we produce in the region of 15,000 saleable tonnes of wood fuel per annum. This is sold to in the region of 100 customers in NI and in Ireland. We see NI as a reducing market and ROI as a growth market, with the majority of our customer base now in the Republic. We have worked alongside AFBI in several biomass research projects, including those involving the diversion of rural non-performing wastewater treatment works outflows in the Loughney catchment in Tyrone, Armagh and Monaghan, and the Finn catchment in Donegal to SRC energy crop plantations, reducing the nutrient loading discharge by over 95%. The subsequent crop is then used in the biomass supply chain.
Chair, I'd like to make the committee aware of the 7-page documentation that you referred to the 10 attachments that were provided to the committee, and will reference those during this statement. I fully accept that those may be published and are to be treated as though they are in the public domain from this point forward. The proposal to return participants, which is the Department's current proposal to 12% proof return, is proof positive that the Department accepts that the rebate introduced at their request by Westminster in 2019 using emergency procedures could never have delivered 12% rate of return. The remedy proposed by the Department only for the final 5 months of this year is inadequate, given that the underpayment has existed for over 66 months. It is our assessment that a remedy could be made within budget, but that this would require a multi-year approach. With regard to the 2019 legislation, you don't need to be Carol Vorderman to understand that by reducing the 2017 rebate authorised by the Assembly, carried forward in legislation by the Secretary of State in 2018, by 90%, supposedly because it delivered a return of 19%, which the EU would not allow. It is preposterous to suggest that if you reduce 19%, a return of 19%, by 90%, you're going to get a result of 12% rate of return. Scheme participants have been undercompensated every year since 2019. Years, not months, a total of 66 months nonetheless. Senior officials within the department knew, or might reasonably have been expected to know, that this was the case. Indeed, one senior official has put his knowledge of the matter in writing. The former Secretary of State was advised that this was the case. He said so in response to the Chair of the House of Commons Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee, Simon Hoare. That committee had previously conducted a formal inquiry into the passage of the 2019 Westminster legislation. It characterised the legislation as a, quote, raw deal, and that the calculations leading to that tariff needed to be reviewed. It's our position that Cornwall did not discharge that recommendation. The 2020 Cornwall report, upon which this SL1 and SR is based, is not an appropriate foundation. To quote from an independent consultant report submitted as part of the 2021 consultation, and I quote, "Our analysis has concluded that the tariff calculation process undertaken by Ricardo, Cornwall and the Department do not adequately reflect the full costs associated with boiler installation and operation. An accumulation of flawed assumptions has had a material impact upon the calculation and the interpretation of tariffs." Now, to go to the history of the scheme, staying within the Chair's direction, the RHI regulations were introduced without a proper definition of the term heating system. That's cited in the RHI Public Inquiry Summary of Chapter 48, Paragraph 264. The scheme intent was to meet the 2010 energy strategy and counter climate change targets by delivering 29,000 conversions to renewable heat. There were 3 cohorts. In 2012, 1,200 or so sub-100 kilowatt systems were accredited. They were accredited for 20 years at a fixed tariff, changeable only by inflation proofing. In 2017, a further 2,700 domestic systems were accredited for a period of 7 years. And in 2015, a further 300 sub-200 kilowatt non-domestic systems were accredited. also for 20 years. All 3 projects required state aid approval. All of the schemes were suspended to new applicants, and the scheme has remained suspended since 2016. The participants in the domestic scheme, which was for 7 years, have now all expired and they represent no liability on the budget. The consequences of the 2017 amendment, introduced as an urgent procedure following an SL1, have been far-reaching. The first point that I would draw the committee's attention to was the fact that that legislation or that regulation meant that from March 18 there was no lawful authority for the department to run any scheme for one of the cohorts. There were public consultations in 2018, 2020 and 2021, and now we have reached a state whereby the department is bringing forward an amendment to remedy all of the problems that have been previously addressed. The non-domestic scheme extends in capacity from low tens of kilowatts through to thousands of kilowatt systems, many in supermarkets, universities and hospitals. The group of participants affected by this proposal include churches, sports clubs, GAA clubs, golf clubs. They include charities, an addiction rehabilitation unit and community centres, hotels and hospitality businesses, all of which in their own business cases have relied upon the government guarantee, which has been welched upon. The scheme should be closed to new entrants. It should no longer remain suspended. Existing participants should be enabled to continue to use renewable energy and not revert to fossil fuels. The only way to do that is by assuring them a 12% rate of return. The committee is right to insist upon procedural fairness and the observance of common law. The committee will be alive to the obligations that the Assembly operates in terms of the Windsor Framework and the European Human Rights Charter, the European Union Commission requirements and the climate change legislation which is passed into law. The committee needs also to be alive to the criticisms levelled against the department's processes in Mr. Justice Humphrey's judgment in the case of Denison versus the Department for the Economy. The department's current presentation of an SL1 under the circumstances where confidentiality was required is extraordinary. It is for the committee to determine if this was procedurally unfair. The Department of Economy has behaved like the Post Office in the Horizon scandal. The Post Office's management of the public narrative and the management of the reports and audits that they had conducted and subsequent reviews of the Horizon IT system have been exposed. We say that the department has manipulated source data and have then produced it in a filtered format to suit their agenda in public, before committees at Stormont and at Westminster and before the courts. Both the Post Office and the Department have ignored the very independent reports which they themselves have commissioned. Both have abused audit procedures. The recent High Court judgment in the Denison's case relates to the Ofgem Department interactions on statutory reviews and shows that the Department was incapable of applying even a modicum of reasonableness to their business behaviour, audit and statutory review. The proposed SL1 is presented as a remedy to remedy a state of undercompensation which both the Department and the Secretary of State accept has existed for at least 5 years. Independent forensic analysis of a consultant's report furnished by the Department in 2017 indicates that the scheme actually had delivered a negative rate of return at that point. That report, which was admitted in evidence before the High Court, actually said that the stated return in the spreadsheet were the result of typed-in input and not the result of not a function of a formula within the spreadsheet. In short, the consultant's answer was 12%, irrespective of what the question was. The Department has a history of presenting proposals without there being appropriate vouching papers, and I know that this committee has asked for documentary material to support the calculations. There have been 3 public consultations with no apparent observance of the gunning principles with regard to their outcome. We question the proposal to cherry-pick the 2020 consultation paper and add inflation to the recommended tariffs when the procedures used by Cornwall Insight in the 2020 in 2020 conflicted with the recommendations of the 2019 Westminster Inquiry, and which had made detailed recommendations. The directive to use an incorrect set of OPEX costs and to use inaccurate CAPEX costs extinguishes any credibility that the Cornwall report has. And consequently, it extinguishes the value of the consultation report. But yet the department has presented the Cornwall report as the basis of their SL1 relating to statutory regulation, even though documentation which has been presented to the committee from one of the ministers in the then executive in 2020 would indicate that it was never the executive's opinion that the 2020 Cornwall report should be accepted and the recommendations endorsed. I've provided the committee with several briefing papers. At page 83 of the pack, there is cost information with regards to how much a system truly might cost. And my two colleagues have spoken to that matter already. There's a letter from the then Permanent Secretary, page 84, talking about the true purpose of the legislation being brought forward in 2019. In 2020, Andrew Douglas reported on RHI owner hardship. Please see sections 9 and 10, where he determined that there was no possibility of a positive return operating renewable energy at that point. Minister Pooch's letter is at page 134 of your pack, the Grant Thornton report, page 136. The correspondence in 2023 between the Secretary of State and the Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee is at page 194. I draw your attention to the comments in the second and third substantive paragraph. At page 198 of your pack is a letter from Richard Rogers, the senior official in the Department of the Economy, confirming that it is accepted by the department that a state of undercompensation has existed since 2019, and that might perhaps only have come to the attention of the department in 2020. As to the cause of this particular problem, it's multifaceted, but can I draw your attention to the 2017 Optical Economic Review, page 209, the final page in the final paragraph. Northern Ireland was not resourced to meet the aspiration of 29,000 boilers being accredited into the system. Northern Ireland was resourced on a Barnett consequential of 2.98%, and yet had a far greater percentage of installed capacity than was the case. Note in particular the different approach taken by the Scottish Government, who accepted admission into the national scheme and therefore have received a disproportionate benefit, or a benefit disproportionate to their Barnett consequential. Now, in terms of I draw your attention to the Grant Thornton report conclusion at page 190 of the pack. And I'll not read into evidence at this point, but the evidence is that the previous reports were fundamentally flawed and should not be relied upon for the calculation of any tariff. In 2019, the tariff was set by Westminster at 1.7 pence at Tier 1 and 0 pence at Tier 2. In 2019, Ricardo, commissioned by the department, recommended an uplift to 2.5 pence. That uplift was never introduced. In 2020, Cornwall, as part of the 2021 consultation, recommended an uplift to 3.6 pence and a second tier of 0.5 pence. In 2021, Grant Thornton revised all calculations provided by the Civil Service and recommended a tariff of 9.1 pence at Tier 1 and 2.95 pence at Tier 2. A question at a previous session of the committee was, how does this compare with the rest of the United Kingdom? From April 2024, an early adopter in the UK national scheme would be paid 13 pence at Tier 1 and 3.4 pence at Tier 2. On an hour-based calculation, they have with a system that is twice as large as the one that predominates in Northern Ireland, they have a significantly greater financial benefit, for actually 2 times the benefit to that is applied in Northern Ireland. A state of affairs is created where industry operating in Northern Ireland, because this is a non-domestic, a commercial scheme, is at a serious disadvantage if they operate renewable energy, at serious disadvantage to their competitors in the Republic of Ireland and in the rest of the United Kingdom. Chair, that's been lengthy. I'm very happy to take questions. I'm very happy also to report to the committee anything with regard to factual evidence that they would like to question me on after this committee session, because I would imagine that your deliberations on this matter are likely to be lengthy.
Andrew, thank you very much for that. That was very useful, and thank you to John and Alan. I'm just trying to separate out a number of issues, if that's possible, Andrew. So the tariff from 2019 up until now, and current tariff, is that obviously isn't covered by what's before the committee today?
Well, it is actually, Chair, in as much as the process that has been followed is the tariff was set in 2019 at the request of the Department through Westminster. That tariff has been amended only by inflation. What has been presented to the committee is a proposition that a 2020 consultation, which is known to be flawed, and which was in 2020 the subject of much disharmony across the executive, evidenced by Mr. Putz's letter to Mr. Murphy, and the title of that, which is Tariff Review Proposal. The lag time is that we're actually trying to remedy a problem that was created in 2019 and for which the department has no authority save for an executive decision to increase.
Yeah. So just the point that I was trying to make is that issue remains outstanding, and it's something that the committee, I don't want to forgo what the committee may question officials, but something which the members may wish to question. What the point I was just trying to make is to separate out what the committee is currently being asked to deal with, what remains outstanding, and also what future issues may come before the committee in relation to the proposed closure or otherwise of that. So the point I just wanted to get to was in relation to the proposed tariff that the department has put forward to the committee today to bring forward to the Assembly. Do you have a view then in terms of what the tariff from November should be set at in your opinion?
Well, as I said out in my letter, the history of this, of legislative engagement in this project, and for budgetary control reasons, apparently, has been that the tariff has been set retrospectively. And I put it to the committee that if the purpose of bringing forward this amendment is to remedy a long-standing issue, making the tariff effective from the 1st of November does not meet that by a country mile.
So just to the question, in terms of what, in your view, or the view of the association, just for the record, do you think should be the tariff?
From 2020, well, we spent a lot of time and effort basing our calculations on actual system installations in 2021. And we submitted, and the committee has my response, because there were 6 questions in the consultation process. Is the proposed amendment to the outworking of the 2020 consultation? I would say that it cannot be. Or is there a need for a proposed amendment to be the outworking of the 2021 consultation, which the consultation report and analysis has not been furnished? I would say, if you're asking me for a succinct answer, let's go with the 2021 consultation. Let's base it on fact. Let's base it on evidence, and let's base it on, because everybody seems to be agreed that the 2019 tariff was wrong. The remedy, therefore, is at what point did the department know, or might they reasonably have known? Mr. Rogers has said that at that point was 2020. Okay, well, what's the department's going to do about that? And then we have the unresolved matter of the 2021 consultation. I think I'm right that in central government, a consultation report must be published within 12 weeks of the consultation completing. I've done various EIRs, up to and including an appeal to the Information Commissioner to have this consultation report published. The consultation report is, however, protected by adding the term draft to the top and the bottom.
Just to go back to my question, Andrew, so the department has set out in their view what the tariff should be from the 1st of November, and just for the record and for those watching, that's set out clearly. Just in your view, or the view of the association, so members can have a comparison, what is your view that the tariff should be?
Should be the 2021 consultation response tariff, which I've read into evidence, uplifted by inflation at CPI, because that's the current inflation proofing.
Just to John, I just wanted to thank you for your evidence. So you've obviously articulated the financial pressures that the scheme has placed on you in relation to a negative return following the 2019 tariff. In terms of the tariff that the department is proposing to put forward, have you done any calculations as to what the rate of return, either negative or positive, would be on your system?
A boiler, through use and age, requires increased servicing and repair costs, and we're seeing very significant increase. And part of the negative return is caused by the substantial annual cost. And then since 2019, if I and I'm a seasonal user of my boiler drying, because I don't have a continuous requirement to dry my chip. So the maximum that I could have earned under the 2019 tariff for a long period of time was about £2,100 or thereabouts. My servicing and repair cost was in excess of that before I paid for insurance, electricity, fuel, any of those other things. So certainly, yes, any uplift would be welcome, but it falls a long way short with increasing operational costs. It's the same as buying a car, as I'm sure committee members would understand. As a car ages, your cost to maintain that in a roadworthy condition increases also.
John, do you have a view of just trying to get that figure out there in the public? Just that's why I've asked on a number of occasions. Do you have a view of what the figure should be?
Well, I think, as Andrew's outlined, the Grant Thornton report very clearly set out in great detail the full cost of installing and operating a system, and they based their full calculation on that and their recommendation. And obviously, we've seen significant inflation from 2021 until now, so that also has to be factored in. We are at a very significant disadvantage to our near neighbours in the Republic of Ireland, and also in Great Britain, as Alan and Andrew have already outlined.
David.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose it's the fairness bit I just wanted to pick up on, kind of moving forward. The question Philip just sort of asked us where I was going to start is so the 12%, you said 12.7%, just the John, was what you were on when you were previously, and you're now at the department saying it's 12%. What's the difference in the cost there? I understand it's 0.7%, but what's the outcome of that? What is the difference there? What are we talking about?
Well, in my situation, it's a negative rate of return since 2019. Okay. Under my audit report my audit was in August 2017, and as I said, that was a clear audit. There were no issues found, and as part of that report, the auditor indicated that my rate of return, based on the department's calculations at that time, was 12.7%. Well, by reducing the tariff by 90%, from April 2019, it's an possibility that I could continue to receive 12% as the department maintain, and I'm actually, for the reasons I've outlined, with increased costs of operation and servicing and repair, I've operated at a negative rate of return. I took out a loan of £40,000 from the bank with quarterly repayments of £1,325. The income that I derived from RHI income was insufficient to meet those repayments. I would never be able to repay the loan based solely on the income or that I derived from installing my boiler. So I was at a financial disadvantage by installing a biomass boiler. I would have been much better off had I installed an oil or gas boiler at the outset. So I had to use private funds out of that were destined for private pension contributions to clear that debt, because there's no way that I could ever commercially clear that loan based on the income that I made from the system.
Okay, so if that rate has dropped, I'm trying to just work my way through that. If that rate has dropped to there and you're now saying it's negative, how are we been told it's 12%? That's the bit I can't get my head around how it's 12%.
Well, I think Andrew Douglas in his report for the department, he was tasked to look at hardship, and Andrew and Alan can speak to the detail, but there were somewhere in excess of 400 boilers or installations that were deemed that they would never meet a positive rate of return. There was a case for buyout for those installations, but that was not progressed because there were funds identified, but as I understand, when the Assembly was reformed, that fell away and was never progressed. So that was clearly identified by Andrew Douglas as long ago as I think 2018, 2019.
Just to clarify that point, the 2019 legislation made provision for the department to buy out those who would never break even, and £12 million was set aside over 3 years to buy those parties out. That facility wasn't ever used by the department, and then when the reformation of the Assembly in January 2020, that authority to continue with that voluntary buyout, I did a Freedom of Information request and said to ask how many boilers did the department understand would trid from the system through mechanical failure or otherwise, and they said that they hadn't, in their projections of an overspend, considered attrition of boilers, less for the 480 that would be liable for the voluntary buyout. So a quarter of the systems in 2019 were known by the department using flawed methodology to be unable to pay for themselves, and yet the engagement, the proposal to encourage people to adopt renewable energy was that they would get a return of 12% on their investment in order that they could take loans out at commercial rates. You'll see that the one-page business case for adopting biomass that I've provided to the department, the costing sheet, actually encourages people who have maxed out their business overdraft to take out HP. An HP loan can't be restructured; it can't be repaid earlier, and it's certainly in the range, the interest range of 4 to 12%. We have one member of the association who is in bankruptcy proceedings, and I've given evidence with regard to their Parla estate, 26 employees. They purchased a number of the boilers, took out commercial loans at 12% APR.
I'll come back to I just want to pick on something you just said. So what you're saying is there was a mechanism to buy out and to basically to end for a quarter of the...
For those who the department had identified could never, under the 2019 tariff, achieve break-even.
Okay, and that has never been implemented?
That was never exercised. The department prevaricated about it. Well, they asked the department officials. They're better placed than me.
Okay. You also said at a point there that there was a spreadsheet from the department and no matter what you put into it, it came out with 12% at the end?
No.
No?
Forensic analysis in the judicial review of 2017 of one of the consultant reports that the department had commissioned came to the conclusion, and I'll provide the exact evidence after it, but it excluded certain of the capital costs. It excluded some of the operational costs. If some of those were put in, it reduced the rate of return from 12.9% to 6%. Then when the forensic accountant tried to make any rational interpretation of the spreadsheet, he came to the conclusion that the consultants, not the department, the consultants had put forward a piece of evidence to justify a 12% rate of return, a tariff that would deliver a 12% return, where they appeared to have typed into the field some random numbers, and then the answer was 12%.
And that spreadsheet is what the department then are using? Is that
that spreadsheet was used by the department in its previous calculation in 2015. So if you build a house on sand, you're going to have a construction problem.
Can I just add one final question? I'm trying to work out where the 12%, how the differential is, because what you're saying is they're saying it's 12%, you're saying it's a negative figure. I was thinking the spreadsheet, the miscalculation of numbers, or where that's coming from, but how can it be so drastically different? 12% down negative is drastic. It's not. It's
properly and comprehensively set out in the Grant Thornton report, which was part of our consultation in 2021.
I think that the answer partially is 12% of what? And, so Patrick Coughlin in the public inquiry identified that you can't put an RHI boiler in a field in isolation and, have a working heat system. You have to have heat exchangers, pipework, infrastructure, buildings, there are other costs that initially the department said were included in the calculation, but subsequently in calculating the rate of return, the 12% rate of return, and those elements were excluded, and that's the difference between the Northern Ireland scheme and those of our neighbours in the Republic of Ireland and in GB.
Indeed, the NERO consultation document in Ireland sets out the costs in great detail. That's quite a good read.
Yeah. Thank you, Gary.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions from me. First of all, I suppose it's just in relation to the report that was provided, Andrew, from yourself, in terms of there was a couple of recommendations at the bottom of it. The fifth recommendation that you'd sort of put on there was that the committee note that DFE officials recognise and accept that the rebate and payment since 2020 has been inadequate. And you go on just basically to say that the retrospective adjustment is made as a matter of urgency. And in terms of, I suppose, the impact of that, could you maybe just talk us through exactly what that would mean, as you have said, for the tax-paying, the legitimate participants of the scheme?
Well, thank you for the question. The first thing I'd draw to the attention to the committee is that the extant regulations, Rule 34.1, requires at the 10th anniversary of the accreditation that the participants invest further in a heat metering system. Now, it actually says that there's an accreditation. You can have it recalibrated. You can't. That's like saying you could recalibrate a speedometer. If your speedometer is broken in your car, you take it out, you replace it with a new one, and you declare to the DVLA or whatever else that you've got a new speedometer. The cost of that will fall in this financial year, and it's £1,000 under the maximum rebate that is payable if you used your boiler for the maximum for the maximum period is just over £2,000. This scheme was set up to encourage people to move to and stay with renewable energy. If their outstanding expenditure over and above what they'd be liable for in running a fossil fuel system isn't repaid, they will revert to fossil fuel in their droves. The aspiration for 29,000 boilers was unrealistic by the department. The department under New Decade New Approach was directed to come up with a new scheme. I don't know whether they've invented the technology, but since New Decade New Approach in 2020, nothing has been done to encourage a move to renewable energy. 28% of the emissions in Northern Ireland are from fossil fuels used in heating domestic homes. In GB, £1 billion was granted last year to support renewable energy in domestic homes.
Okay, thanks for that. I suppose another just a question that I have is just in relation to, obviously, there's a lot of public interest in respect of this particular scheme, and one of the factors, obviously, is sort of the costs of the scheme, the costs, obviously, in terms of, obviously to the UK government, the fact that obviously there's a limiting factor there as well. How big of a limiting factor do you think that is in terms of the position? And I appreciate this is a question for officials as well, but just how big of a limiting factor do you think that is in terms of the consideration for the new tariff?
Okay, the scheme is uniquely funded using annual managed expenditure. If it isn't spent in year, it goes back to HM Treasury. In my brief, and as was briefed to the Economy Committee in 2020 by officials, in 2020, £25 million went back to Treasury. The totality of the potential underspend is far greater than any telephone number overspend ever alleged to be. I furnished with the committee with a link to the department's statistics, which show the income and expenditure each year. It's my understanding that income for the last 3 years has been a level £33.5 million. It shouldn't be. If it's linked to 2.98% of the national spend, it should have increased significantly above that. The liability in each of the last 3 years has been of the order of £3 million. I've written to the department's witness to the last session saying that they may have misspoken to the fact that it's costing the department £5 million a year, each and every year. The department has not published its financial statistics for the last 2 years. I believe that somewhere in the region of £260 million over the length of the scheme or the programme have been returned to Her Majesty's Treasury unused, and that money should properly have been used to make a just transition to renewable energy.
Thanks for that. And I do also just note, we'll obviously be asking the officials further questions, but I do note your comments in relation to obviously the consultation and the questions that we were asked at the committee 2 weeks ago as well in terms of the 2021 consultation responses. And I think in the interests, obviously, in terms of transparency and making sure that people know exactly what has been said, that obviously that should be published as well. But thanks for that for now. And thanks,
if I may, in response to a comment Ms. Nicholl made at the last session, the 2020, I draw the committee's attention to the 2020 consultation report, which relates to the Cornwall consultation paper, and the conclusions from the executive was what we need now is another consultation with 4 options, 2 for closure and 2 for some form of continuation.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your evidence. My question is just a small one based on David and John may well have answered it in terms of a boiler in a field in isolation. I was just wondering what the difference in the operation of the boiler of the 400 participants who neither made money or were negative compared to the others who either broke even or made money. I'm confused about the different operations.
Well, I suppose in relation to that, so the 12% is a target rate of return. It's supposed to be the median or mean point. So obviously in any field where you have different participants, there's going to be people above it and people below it. So the department may be better placed again to answer this question, but their thoughts were that the lower 25 percentile would never get a positive rate of return, and therefore they accepted that, and that was based on their figures. So their solution to that was to potentially buy the people out. That never occurred. So the answer, I suppose, the answer is that everybody will have a different rate of return. There won't be any unique rate of return. It will depend on everybody's individual circumstances. The answer that I would put is in under 2019 is that everybody's rate of return went down to a point that was probably zero or negative. So that's where the disagreement between our position and DFE's position is. We would suggest that Grant Thornton is a good solution to go back to that. There was 480 consultation responses within that, and I'd like to see that working off that.
The other thing maybe to say in relation to EU state aid, it provides for a range with an average, as Alan has outlined. So there's an acceptable range, within any programme that systems can justifiably, comply with. But the overall average for the scheme, the target was 12%.
It's worth repeating. In 2017, the department brought forward regulations that would return the rate of return to 12%. In Westminster, it was reduced by 90% in order to return it to a 12% rate of return. We're almost in the situation where the answer is 12%. What's the question?
Okay, we just keep mentioning the Grant Thornton report, so just so I'm clear and people watching and listening are clear, so 9.1p, is that the tariff that's referenced?
I believe so, Chair, but for those people watching, it's on the RHI website at rani.org/news.
And that was the figure in that hasn't been uplifted, or that was the
that the department didn't move on that. The department didn't move on the previous.
No, I know that, but is your 9.1 dated from the Grant Thornton
it is from
report,
from
or
2021 and would need to be adjusted by inflation. But it would then
be what at this stage then?
Well, I think it'd be almost of the region of comparison with the rate that's currently in payment to the cohort who were admitted into the GB scheme at the same time.
Can we just put a figure on the record? If you don't know, that's fine. But
I would imagine it'd be north of 12 pence per kilowatt.
Okay, thank you.
I think just to add to that, so we've had the 2021 consultation with the Cornwall consultation. I actually was cold called by Cornwall, because it was actually Cornwall inside Ireland. Yeah. I recognised what that was in relation to at the time, given the circumstances. I was one of the persons that refused to provide details to them. I think actually every single person in the renewables industry in NI that was contacted by them refused to do that, which gives an indication of the feeling about the Cornwall report in itself. So there was the Cornwall report, there was a 2021 consultation. The association provided a response that included the Grant Thornton report. Individually as a business, we provided a 30-page, 5,000-word consultation response with 42 citations. I suppose what we're saying, and it comes back to due process, we would like to see what the department has to say in response to the actual consultation. We're sitting here at a committee and we're being asked questions, and arguably we're doing it with one hand tied behind our backs because we haven't sight of the consultation report.
Yeah. The other thing would maybe add, Chairman, is in relation to, mention's been made about the alternative of people being forced to switch back to fossil fuel if there isn't a viable tariff in place. And that's at a time whenever this Assembly has already enacted climate legislation with targets that you'll be aware. And the letter from Minister Putz that was referenced, identified that potentially 6 to 7% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions was achievable through RHI by 2030. So, it's about trying to square that circle and make sure that we're moving in the right direction towards achieving the targets that this Assembly has set.
Sinead?
Very short one, really. I suppose one of the reasons why you're here today is because we as a committee felt that we needed to hear directly from you in relation to the proposed targets that were put before us last at the 2 weeks ago now, and there was an indication from the department that the boiler owners would benefit in the amount of about 5k per annum. and you've argued that it will be much lower than this. But the other area of concern was that publication piece, because as a scrutiny committee, we were concerned that we were doing all of this with our hands tied behind our backs as well. So I just want to understand, why you think, first of all, that you won't benefit to the 5K. Is it how each individual boiler user uses the boiler that will give that differentiation? And if it's you're doing yours seasonally, isn't it, and others are just full time, and that this is very, very, very complex scheme, and we as a committee are really trying to get our heads round, even the historical context of it. But we are really aware that there are customers out there, constituents out there, that have been very badly, forgive the pun, burnt by all of this financially. And we want to do justice, but we need to do it with insight. So if you could just explain to me, why that 5K per annum, because it was explained to us that, accept this now and you're going to benefit really quickly. You'll get this money, we can do this and it'll turn on, you'll get your money, you'll get 5K by November if you accept these tariffs. And how accurate or inaccurate is that, so that we can question the department when they come before us?
Chair, if I can lead off on that firstly. Payment schedule is based upon hours run.
Yeah.
Commencement, it's capped for a year for small boiler at 400,000 kilowatts. Many of the boilers were installed in the summer of 2015. Therefore, under the 2017 regulations, many of those boilers had used up their 2017-2018 allocation in terms of hours and funds by the date of enactment of the legislation. That was how ridiculous a retroactive piece of legislation, that was the effect of that. To introduce for the final 5 months of the financial year a different tariff will interact with when the participants' accreditation anniversary started. So I don't have full sight of when that is, but if, for example, you're a high energy user, a system, a care home where you've got to provide heating and hot water 24/7, you may well have used your allocation for 2024-25 up already, and therefore the benefit of the increased allocation, if you haven't hit the 400,000 kilowatt, is 1.2 pence. And if you have hit the 400,000 tariff cap or hours cap, your benefit is 0. This is not the winter fuel payment. In any case, the payments are made by Ofgem at the end of the quarter of the reporting period and 6 weeks in a year. Hiking the tariff on the 1st of November will not result in money by Christmas or money this winter. It'll be money if the appropriate conditions apply, and only if they apply. It'll see a minor uplift in March or April of next year. So it's wrong to represent it as a winter fuel payment. It simply isn't.
I mean, there was an FOI filed by the association with Ofgem in 2017, and the figures that were produced in that, bear in mind we're now in 2024, were that a boiler in GB, a average boiler, so run-of-the-mill 12% target, will generate a tariff payment based on the average usage of in the region of 15,000. Now if you fast forward to 2024, it's probably up on 17,000, 18,000, maybe 20,000, with inflation kicking in. So it's hard to say that in GB a boiler will generate 12% and in NI a boiler will generate 12%. but the numbers are so drastically different. It's phenomenal. I haven't the figures in front of me for the Republic, but I believe I have seen them, and I believe the figures in the region of €30,000. So I'll just leave that, back to the Carol Vorderman point, but I'll just leave that with the committee.
Thank you. Okay.
And sorry, just one other thought's come to my mind. So with the tariff as outlined in the Grant Thornton report, how much would that scheme then cost to operate in this financial, or if this was introduced then? So the department's view is that their revised tariff would cost around 15 million a year. So
no, I think, Chair, you're conflating two different reports from the department. The department said that it's currently spending £5 million per annum.
Yeah.
An inquiry from Ofgem, because the department wouldn't answer my FOI inquiry, said returned a response of under £3 million per annum, and it's simple maths by saying if we triple the tariff, we'll triple our reliability. That's not the case, because it's a needs-based tariff. And it's historic at this point in the year. So I have no idea whether or not, because it's cheaper to run fossil fuel, most of the cohort of 2,124 boilers are currently switched off, and people have already moved to fossil fuel. It would be impossible for me to answer the question. I would say with certainty it isn't 3 times the supposed liability, because the supposed liability is only 3 million.
So just to add to that, in both Ireland and in GB, budget cap legislation applies, so the budget cannot be exceeded. Exactly what the circumstances are, if that were to happen, is it buried in the legislation, but ultimately the line is that the budget can't be exceeded, and I don't feel that there would be certainly any. We would be in favour of that, I think, would we?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that there is a resolution to this problem in terms of the backdated liability to 2020 or 2019, but that could only be delivered over a multi-year strategy.
That's not something that the department's obviously currently asking us as a committee to
Indeed so, but there is history, Chair,
sure.
if I can interrupt.
No, I know, but I just try to make the point that regardless of the merits or demerits of the proposals that are before this committee today, we are being asked by the department to give a view to allow this to come to the Assembly for wider discussion and debate. So the point that I'm just trying to tease out, and we'll tease out with the officials when they come here, is, in your view, what then with the draft that's before the committee, or the draft proposals that are before the committee, do you think the committee should not consent to this moving forward to the Assembly?
I believe that the committee would be stepping into danger if it did consent.
Why do you think they'd be stepping into danger?
Procedurally unfair.
By the department or by this committee?
By the department.
David, did you want back in?
I was actually just going to follow on that, just so I'm good. I was just going to say, yeah.
Hey, gentlemen, we really appreciate that. Obviously, this is a complex issue, and regardless of what the committee decide today, will continue to be a long-running issue, both dealing with historical matters and dealing with future matters. So thank you very much for your representations.
Thank you.
Been very, very useful.
And if I can repeat, if the committee has any in its deliberations, or any requirement for any further evidence, we'd be very happy to provide it.
Yeah. Thank you.
What, isn't it? I was like, just I hadn't read the grant.
Maybe we just wait until
Okay, members, we'll now move to our next evidence session. We'll now receive oral evidence from the department on a proposed statutory bill relating to the tariff. This evidence session will be covered again by Hansard. I wish to refer members to page 674, page 681, 686, 7, and 9. At this stage, I invite Sarah Brady, Director of Energy Energy Operations Department for the Economy, and Peter Neal, Head of Policy and Legislation Branch Department for the Economy. Sarah, welcome back. Peter, good to have you. Thank you very much for coming along. Do you want to provide any opening oral statement?
Just very briefly,
Sure.
if that's okay. Just wanted to thank you for having us back again. We understand that it's really important and that the committee get to see the detail and get the extra evidence they provided. So after we briefed you on Wednesday the 11th, you came to us and asked for more information regarding the tariff uplift proposed for the 1st of April. So following that, we provided you with the information on the 20th of September, and included in that was information on the consultation responses that came in on the 2021 consultation on the future of the scheme, an overview of the tariff calculation, a table setting out the tariffs from scheme inception to present, and information on the GB tariffs, and I hope the committee have had the chance to have a look at those. I think you probably had the chance to see from the GB tariffs that, as was rightly been pointed out, there is no single GB tariff. There's a range of tariffs, and they were structured differently to the Northern Ireland tariff from inception. There are a range of differences, but I guess the most important one is that the differential fuel is different, whereas in GB it's natural gas, and in Northern Ireland it's kerosene. Nonetheless, the department has done its best to be incredibly fair and to provide the information. And if you look at the tariffs, the GB tariffs from in and around April 2016 on, that range, the tariff we're proposing.
I'd be closer to the microphone. Is that okay? No problem.
Sorry, my apologies. So we provided the information on the GB range of tariffs nonetheless, and I think that what you can see from that range of tariffs is that if you look at the range of tariffs from April 2016 on, what we're actually proposing at the minute is more generous than that range of tariffs. So that is part of us trying our best to be fair. It's worth me highlighting that the reason that we're looking for the November deadline, or the November date for uplifting the tariff, is it's not to hide anything. It's just simply to try and get it done before the winter, because technically our next opportunity to provide that uplift will be spring 2025, and we don't want to wait that long, and that's why we're hopeful that you'll enable the tariff, the uplift to go forward to the Assembly for a vote, and I'm very happy to take any questions you have on what you heard from Rani, or indeed on what we provided. Very happy with that. I just do want to pick up one important point from what was made. The department didn't accept that the 2019 tariff was incorrect in 2019 when it was brought in. What we accept is that post that tariff being brought in, fuel price differentials over a period of time moved such that the tariff became too low, and we have now looked across 3 years worth of fuel price differentials to look at smoothing things like this out, and to look at a prospective over an entire 20 years, and that is why we think that what we've come up with is fair.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarah. Philip.
First up, so I mean, the issue of backdating, is obviously an important issue for participants. Why is the department bringing forward a statutory rule from November only and not backdating a previous tariff?
We looked into it, and as you can imagine, what we're trying to be is fair to both the participant and the taxpayer. And what we have tried to do is look forward and say on a prospective basis over 20 years, this is what the rate of return will be. And you will see a smoothing out, as it were, or not a smoothing out, but over 20, when you look over 20 years, you're going to get, times when something might look different for a particular individual, but we're trying to look over 20 years for everyone as opposed to an individual at a point in time.
And are you talking about 20 years in the past or 20 years in the future?
20 years in the future.
And I know we're not here to discuss this, but I think everybody accepts the department have a proposal that the scheme closes in 2026. So
Yes,
I don't think we can be looking at 20 years.
Well, what we're proposing is that, obviously I can't speak too much about closure, but the closure proposals we will seek to bring forward will seek to take into consideration this tariff that we are uplifting and what the participant would expect over 20 years, but they may get it in a different format than what currently, and we would be seeking to do that in order to show fairness. So we would be seeking to look at across 20 years.
Okay, understand. And in terms of fairness to participants and cost to taxpayers, how does backdating it impact the cost to taxpayers?
Backdating it obviously increases the cost to taxpayers quite significantly. I don't actually have the exact figure in front of me, so I'm sorry I can't give you that. But it's like I say, as a principle, we would neither seek to, as a principle, and in order to show fairness on both sides, the participant and the taxpayer, we haven't in the past sought to claw back, as it were, and in terms of looking for a public interest business case for backdating, the case wasn't made.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. David.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was expecting a pain. That's quick. I was actually going to ask about the backdating, but whenever it just came up there a second about the 33 million that is available, and what's sort of been suggested is that figure would be increased over the year through Barnett consequences. So is that 33 million today, or is that greater?
It's a demand-led scheme, and it's a proportion of the GB money set aside. So it changes each year, but the 33 million is a fair representation of what we think. Yeah.
This year. And what's that likely to happen next year or moving forward?
The proposals in this paper are, we consider, affordable within the AMI budget going forward, and won't have any impact on any other budgets or cause any problems with any other budgets.
Okay, then it's going back to the cost that's been said about the starting point of where the foundation of that cost is for the. So, where is the calculation coming? And going back to the 12% that I was talking about earlier on, the 12% the calculation within the department's figures, and the 12%, or it was just given evidence at 12.8%, which was 4 or 5 years ago. How can those two be 12%? I can't get my head around how we've got a figure that the money's there.
It's like I said, the figure gets based on a prospective basis, so forecasting. So basically, you forecast, and you're forecasting based on what you think the fuel price. One of the big components in that is the fuel price differential, and I think we provided to the department a graph of the movements of the fuel price differentials over a number of years, and that's the thing, as it were. And as you can see from that graph, from 2019, 2020, there were substantial changes in fuel prices and fuel price differentials that we had to try and take into consideration when setting that tariff, and that is what we have tried to do.
Two wee short points. It was mentioned earlier as well about cap on the AMI fund. Is that possible to do, that we put a cap and say that is the limit and you to go to? Is that?
Well, as far as the department is concerned, we never set out to max out an AMI budget. I mean, that's not what we seek to set a correct balance and consider the taxpayer, that it is the taxpayer's money, and consider the participant, that it is also the participant who entered the scheme in good faith, and find the right balance. We've never actually set about attempting to set a tariff that would max out a budget or anything like that.
Don't mean max out. I mean, is there a cap? Is it possible to put a cap and go? Is it, you're saying 15 million? I think it was. I don't have it in front of me right now, but is it possible to go that 15 million? That's the cap, and lock it at that, or is it possible to cap that a percentage within that budget? I don't mean you max out. I'm just saying, can you cap budget?
Well, it's a demand-led scheme, so obviously very much depends on the amount of heat output from the participant. So what we've set is a tiered tariff, so that when you get to, just double check, when you get to 1,314 hours, you move from tier 1 to tier 2, and that's in a sense a budgetary control. And then further on up from that, when you get to 400,000 kilowatt hours, then a cap hits, and that's a budgetary control, so that, to guard against the possibility of future overproduction. We think that gives that creates fairness and budgetary control in what we've proposed.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, just to add to Sarah's point there. Obviously, we all know this was a flawed scheme back in 2012 onwards, and the AMI was being blown back then. So these caps that are on the tariffs and the different layouts now were to fight against that, so to speak. So there has to be an understanding of where we were, and there's a real risk in Northern Ireland block grant back then, and I suppose that has to be considered as well. So we have to be careful around all budgetary aspects.
Yeah, Philip, just finally, you talked, I know we're not talking about the buyout, but this is basically to set the precedent now for what will be. This
will be a step on the road towards closure, and what we're doing now is looking at options for closure and ways to do closure in such a way that it will be fair to participants, and that is what we would hope to bring forward and demonstrate that we have been struck that balance. Because I know fair is a difficult word to quantify, particularly when we look at things like forecasts and typical participants, and individuals might come along and they might have a set of individual circumstances, so they might consider that differently. But I think what we have tried to do all along is strike a balance, and that's the key word. We have struck a balance, and we have attempted to be as fair as possible to the participants, because we.
Yes, that's for me. That's absolutely key here. We've got people who legitimately went into a scheme who are now losing money or have lost money, and you've heard of bankruptcies, we've heard of everything else, which isn't the House of the Northern Affairs Committee. Actually, the report was there shouldn't be one federal, that there needs to be the calculation based on individual things. So are we ruling that out at this stage?
There is one tariff. We couldn't have 2,000 different tariffs for 2,000 individuals. But in terms of, obviously I can't speak too much about closure because it is very much a work in progress. But when we're looking at closure, we have got a number of options on the table, and they will seek to be fair and take all of the responses and comments, for example, in the NIAC into account.
Thank you.
Gary?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks obviously to the officials for their briefing. A question for me, and it's back obviously to the funding and the AME. Obviously, you'd heard from the delegation there from the RHI a few moments ago, and one of the questions that I had asked was around obviously the cost to the public purse. There's a lot of interest around that. It was made clear from the presentation that that AME fund that basically it hadn't been entirely used, far from it. I suppose the question would be that in terms of what is being used, if the tariff hasn't been set at the current level, is there a risk that that this would have an impact then on the block grant? Is that the primary focus in terms of the reasoning, but also I suppose in terms of the backdating of payments as well? Just set out again for us as to the particular reason then why that can't be done, given the fact that the AME hasn't been entirely utilised.
I think it's talking about whether or not AME has been fully utilised is a bit of a slight red herring, because as I said, we would never set out to simply max out a budget and say, well, what we set out to do is to show fairness to the participant and value for money to the taxpayer.
Yeah, I take your point on that. I suppose my question isn't about why we shouldn't max out the budget. I suppose the question is, what is preventing the department from going back retrospectively? If what is preventing you doing that?
Again, it simply comes down to that in terms of a public interest case, we wouldn't seek to backdate for periods where we wanted to adjust the tariff up, and we never sought to backdate for periods where we sought to adjust the tariff down. We have consistently looked and said we want to be fair to the participant, we want to be fair to the taxpayer, and therefore we look at a prospective 20-year rate of return.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I was just thinking about your point about fairness, and you're right, but I guess good faith RHI boiler owners are in debt as a result, and facing bankruptcy, and that's not fair. What is the department's assessment of the Grant Thornton report?
There were fundamental flaws in the Grant Thornton report. There were some fundamental misunderstandings of the structure of the scheme. There were some fundamental misunderstandings of the rules of the scheme at the start, and the proposals in the Grant Thornton report would have breached state aid rules.
Okay. So that obviously is very different to what we've just heard in previous presentations.
I understand that. Obviously, the Renewable Heat Association paid for the report, and they did so, hoping to, put forward their views in good faith, obviously. But we did identify that the Grant Thornton report had some fundamental errors.
Okay. And then can I just ask? I think it has the AME points have been covered, but can you just explain a bit more about the rationale for not using the full ring-fenced amount, because that's something that's come up as well.
It's like I said, we set out to provide a tariff that gave a prospective rate of return in line with the state aid rules. We never set out to max out a budget. That would never be something a government department would do, because that's taxpayers' money.
And then just the final point, when you had given your presentation at the previous session, you mentioned the overall cost being 65 million. On the website it says costs for 2022-23 are 137.5 million, and just how that's reconciled.
Right.
The cost of the non-domestic scheme on the department website, it says for 2022 to 2023 it's 137.5 million, but in your verbal presentation I think it was 65 million. You said, is that right?
Yeah. I need to go back and check that.
Okay.
Sorry, to clarify, hopefully it's helpful to the member, what this is actually on the department's website. It is the, if I can just bring it up myself, it is the statutory information for non-domestic RHI. What it indicates is the expenditure, here we go, for NI non-domestic scheme is from 2011-12 to 2022-23, it was 137.5 million. And just in, I think as the members indicated in evidence on the 11th, what the department indicated were costs of 65 million rising to 160 million. So it's just to reconcile those numbers for the member.
Could I take that away and come back to you if you got... can I take that away and come back to you? Because it could be, I suspect, to do with accounting rules.
Sorry, can I clarify? And maybe there's been some confusion in the way this was articulated, but these were forecast costs based on the tariff uplift, so it's gone from 65 million up to 160 million. We can clarify in writing it in more detail than that, but so there's maybe a slight miscommunication or misunderstanding there.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Peter. I was misunderstanding because I wasn't sure what was on the website. But yeah, our costs are based on forecasts and forecast heat use. Thank you.
Sinead?
I hope that clarifies it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah and Peter. Just can I ask again, is it the intention of the department to publish the 2021 consultation?
It's like I said, what we have here is a step towards closure. And the 2021 consultation was a consultation on the executive's NDNA preferred option of closure. So when we get to the point where we have executive decisions, what we will do is we will publish the consultation report, and we will show in that consultation report how the consultation report responses from the participants were taken into consideration, how we did that and how we got to the decision, and that would be in line with good practice to say this is how we got to this final decision. But where we are now is we're at a step and closure is the final decision.
Do you understand that the consultees are concerned that they've responded to a government department consultation, and at this stage now other decisions are being made in relation to tariffs, and yet that report hasn't been published? It's concerned like it's what is there to hide? Why not?
Nothing to hide.
No.
There's nothing to hide at all.
That has been a concern as the previous.
Yes. Yeah, there's nothing to hide at all, as I hope the committee can see from the quite detailed information we provided on the responses. Now, clearly, the respondents to the consultation didn't think that the proposed tariffs were generous enough, and they didn't think that the proposed closure payment was generous enough. So when it comes to the final decision on a proposed closure payment, it will be down to Pete and myself. It will be down to us, to our job, to show that it's fair in the final consultation report.
Mm-hmm. And this is just a point of clarity, just for myself. Previously, the department declined to confirm whether any unspent AMI could be used for other renewable energy purposes, and I think you cited about it required Treasury approval. Did you seek Treasury approval for an alternative renewable energy?
Engagement with Treasury is ongoing. One of the considerations when we engage with Treasury ongoing is, we have to consider any legal risk that, someone will come back and say you should do X, Y, or Z, and that'll be a call on the budget. So, like I said, what we're trying to do is get to a point where we can draw some kind of line on fairness so that we can engage properly with Treasury and get the approvals we need.
So have you, just to understand this, have you asked specifically for approval to spend unspent AMI monies on another designated renewable scheme? Have you, or is it different types of conversations that you're having regarding AMI, but nothing concrete?
We continue to engage on that, but we haven't got a final answer.
I'm not sure I really know what you're saying. I'm asking, are you asking them, look, we've got this new renewable scheme here, can we spend such and such? Right, you don't have
we don't have a renewable scheme.
No,
we don't
that's
have
okay,
a renewable scheme ready to rock
so
and roll.
it's generalities around that rather than actually.
Yes,
okay,
apologies if that wasn't clear, but we haven't developed a scheme and have it sitting ready to go. No.
Okay.
Okay, just a couple of things for me. So, Sarah, is there a court ruling that states that the current tariff is not sustainable and the department does have to act to uplift the tariff?
Yes, as I pointed out before, the court ruling.
So do you believe that the tariff that is being presented to the committee today would meet the judgment that was laid down in relation to this issue?
I hope so.
Okay. Do you believe that the committee has been afforded the opportunity to follow due process on this issue?
I believe so.
Perfect. And you don't believe that the department in any way has misled the committee or called into question the decision or the ability for this committee to make a full and frank decision?
No.
Okay. That's all that I have then on this, members. Are there any other questions for... No? Okay. Thank you very much indeed, as always, for coming back to committee. Okay, members, and I know that this is a difficult issue, but my job as chair is to ensure that the committee discharges the business that is before us today, and I know that members have, and the public have, particular views in relation to historical issues and future issues in relation to this scheme. But my view as chair is that the committee has interrogated this issue and the matter should go before the Assembly to allow all members to have their say and cast their vote on the issue. The committee making that decision does not tie any member of this committee to a particular view or a particular vote when this comes before the Assembly. But I believe that we have concluded our deliberations at this stage and it's now over to individual members at Assembly level to cast their vote on this issue. So I'm going to put forward that two members to ask if they're content that the department do lay this rule and that members will then take their own individual decisions when this comes before the Assembly. Are members content with that approach?
Can I put something on record, Chair? I agree with the approach, but it's all very unsatisfactory, no matter what way you look at it or what direction you're going with it. It's all really messy, unsatisfactory, but I think from a committee's perspective and what we're here to do, it's the right approach.
Any member, anything else to add on this?
Completely.
I don't think any of us were there at the time of any of these previous decisions have been made. We have a role and responsibility as set out. I believe that we have interrogated the issues. Members have particular issues and concerns which they rightly hold, and the place to then put those forward is in the Assembly, and then there will be a vote taken in the Assembly as to whether this proceeds or not. My vote, your vote are equally as important as any other 90 MLAs, so I would encourage those watching and those in the public gallery that it'll not just be members of this committee that will ultimately decide, and that the opportunity to make your representations to each and every member of the Assembly are afforded to you. So if that members of the committee has agreed at that proposal, and I'll move on to the next item of business at this stage. Which is item number 9, members, which is correspondence. Correspondence members start at page 470 of the meeting pack.
One of those members who want to dispose of them as per the index.
Are members content that we dispose of all as per the index and recommended? Agreed on that. Okay. Do members have any individual questions in relation to any of those? If not, I'll move to item 10, members, which is the forward work plan, and refer members to the draft forward work programme. And Peter will speak at this point.
Just a quick one, members. This was a long session. If you look at the forward work programme, next week is looking really long as well. But I've just been chatting with the department, and what I think we'll do is put off the business plan and PFG to the following week. So that means next week it'll be Productivity Institute and sub-regional action plans, if that's okay. And then the following week we'll squeeze in the business plan and PFG, etc., if that works for members.
Yep, David.
Just very quick one. We chatted off before just about the Maze Long Cash site. Is there a possibility that we could look at the economic viability there of some regional kind of hub worth a visit or meeting? Have you got it there?
We've written to, but maybe as I was chatting to the member the other week, we'd previously written to the Maison Cash Development Corporation Board asking them. But if you've got a contact, I can remind them, and please do, and I will, because it's already been agreed with the committee to do it. Just the other thing to mention, sorry members, was 1st of October, which is Tuesday, we've an informal event with TransLink and Hospitality Ulster about the nighttime economy, so buses to the northwest and other places, etc., was where that had all come from. Additionally then, Disability Action have agreed to come along on the 13th of November. This was to talk about disabled persons and their experience at employment tribunals, something on the BBC website, the sort of the UK BBC website about this today, actually, just by the by. And then finally, 16th of October, effective questioning session. Could I just ask members, you're on other committees, if you're doing that on other committees prior to the 16th of October, do let me know, because if you're all doing it, I know you are, if you're all doing it, and maybe we don't need that session, but look, I'll come round and speak to you. I'll text you all about it afterwards, if that's okay, Chairperson. So just ask if members are content.
Members happy with the forward work plan? Yep. Great. Members, are there any other relevant business for the committee? If not, I propose that the committee do now adjourn and see you all next Tuesday. We'll send out the details and location of that for the informal meeting with Hospitality Ulster and TransLink. Thank you, members.
Committee Room 30. Sound. 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 Committee Room 30. Signed. 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 Committee Room 30. Signed.